Hello, hi everyone. Happy, what day is it today? Monday. All right. How is everyone doing? Hi Ruby, how you doing? Almost came late to the stream because sleep. Oh no. Hi Frankaboom, how you doing? Alright, so today it's raid day. So first what we're gonna do is we're gonna wrap up the near quest line, and then we can move on to, we can do either the trial or the raid at this point, I think. So either one. Digside Chief. You know what? I'm gonna try this way this time. Oh yeah, since we are now getting to the point where, you know, daylight saving starts to be a thing. In Finland that happens on the 26th. So that's when my stream time will change a little bit. You can always check on the schedule page when my streams are gonna be on your time zone. Because I know that every country is gonna have their own day when they turn the clocks. Alright. Are we ready to continue? Back to the dwarves! It's been a while since we've done these. Lolly, that scared the shite out of me, ho. The tower just up and disappeared. It sort of folded in on itself in the blink of an eye. Glad to see that you're safe, though. Get a lot of orc rolls. Use. There we go. It takes a village. Relieved as he is that you and Konog are safe, the Digside Chief wishes to know of Anog's fate. Hi Otter Luna, how you doing? How has your day been so far? So, what happened in there? I sure am doing. Having a rather chill day, how are you? Oh, that's awesome. I'm having a chill day too, because whole day of FF14, what could be more chill? Aww. Well, I won't pretend I understood half of that. Can't say metaphysics is my area of expertise. Still, I knew that those androids in white and their weird orb were trouble. And you're saying that you gave him what for, so they won't be coming back, which is good, right? Hi Runetsky, how you doing? Glad to hear it. Thanks for risking your neck for us. Where's Anok though? And your android friends for that matter? Seems like they should have come back with you. I'm sorry. No, but why? It just don't seem fair. I was holding out hope, you know? That everyone would be fine and life would go back to normal. I should have known better, sure, but... someone will need to tell the villagers. Again. As for Konog, can you speak with him? I managed to talk him out of running back in there as soon as he woke up. But this? It might be better coming from you. Or maybe I'm just a coward. Hi! Aw. Alright. Here. Hi, Tiny Nano. How you doing? You're back, but where's everyone else? No, she can't be gone. She wouldn't leave me forever. Because if she did, there'd be no one left who... A letter from Anog? Konog, I've been to another world. I've seen it. Love how upbeat and happy this story is, right? Because that's what this game is all about. Happiness and joy and just very light and just good vibes only. No tears ever. What does she mean? The world, they're constructs? That's hardly a reason to run off on her own. She could have... I would have... I have something I need to do, so... That watch belongs to the chief's wife. I found it when I was clearing rubber earlier. It was broken, but I went ahead and fixed it. She would probably like it back, so can you give it to the chief for me? Wouldn't they be happier if you delivered it yourself? I can't. I need to... Never mind, I'm sorry. I appreciate all that you've done for us. If only I was as strong as you were. Maybe someday. You would hope an FF and Nier crossover would cure each other's problems, not make them even more depressing. Aww. Hello. How did it go? Hello. Something for the missus? A treasured heirloom belonging to the chief's wife, kindly repaired by Konog. Oh, shoot. Wicked White. We thought this was gone for good. She'd be glad to have it back. It's all she has left of her parents. Why didn't Konak come in person, though? He must know we would want to thank him. No, not him, too. It seems that you once again have cause to comfort a distraught dwarf. That's how you calm. Back to the tunnels! Ooh. He left a letter of farewell. He's gone. I wish I could have done something, anything. We've lost them both, and it's our own fault. We drove them to this. This can't be right. What do you plan to do about it? This music is still so nice. It really is. I don't know what I should do. I don't know how to make things right, but the villagers need to understand that we can't keep on like this. They might be better listeners now that they don't have to live in fear anymore. If they can believe that's the case, that is. Would you mind sticking around? It'll seem more credible coming from the both of us. How much does this position pay? No. I'm here for as long as you need me. I knew you would be. You're always willing to do what needs doing. I'm ready to do my part too. Wait here. Time is money. How much does it pay? Well, if you look at it that way. Wow, Blue. Really? Now that you're all here, I have an important announcement. Kat has put an end to those machines and their plot. That means the danger is past, but more importantly, that it's time we look to the future. We'll need to come together. Hold your iron frogs. Even if those things are gone, this ain't over. The culprit needs to be brought to justice. How can you expect people to move forward if we don't set an example? That's right. We want to see consequences. Death, mutilation. Do you really? We need to talk them down or we'll never get anywhere with this. Bloodthirsty bastards. Hi Japan Hobbyist, how you doing? Near raid's done? Yeah, the raids are done, but we're still doing the quest line. Wrapping it up. And then moving on to the next one. I only need to do what Clag says, right? Then he won't blame me, and whatever happens, it won't be my fault. This is a choice you must make yourself. What's left to do in the raids or trials? Yes. As in both. But then it'll be my responsibility, no matter what happens. Someone else should be the one. The sooner we do away with the culprit, the sooner we can all relax. You know I'm right. Glad thinks so too. The blame could just as easily fall on someone you love. That ploy won't work on me. I don't have anyone to worry about. No family, no friends, no lovers. I don't have anyone. Aww. That's sad. Did you try on the near gear yet? Do you mean these? Hang on. Because my summoner glam has something right now. Some parts of it. Yeah. All we need is 1 or 2 people to take the blame. Then the rest of us can get back to our normal lives. You would build your life by destroying others. Jevan Hobbies just wants to see you in the 2B thigh highs. Of course, makes sense. Near gear is top tier, and I'm not just saying that because it rhymes. I love that it does. Wouldn't you? The way I see it, anyone here would throw you to the eaters in a heartbeat for their own gain. You or me? Those backstabbers. Near gear would be more clothes than what Kat usually wears as a dancer. I mean, you're not wrong. Because I'm barely wearing anything right now. But I love it. It's pretty. It's pretty. And I don't like bulky outfits. Justice should be swift and decisive, I say. Nothing so satisfying as the headsman's axe coming down. And if it comes down on the wrong person, at least we'll be able to put this mess behind us. Forget the whole thing. I can't think about it anymore. I just can't. Guilt? The most prudent course is to cooperate with Clog and rid the village of the guilty party. Then everything will be as it was. Is it really prudent to follow harm with cruelty? Hi Grimasaurus, how you doing? How has your day been so far? If it weren't, Clag wouldn't have suggested it. He's the elder. He knows how these things work. If not, then... No, don't be ridiculous. Well, they've settled down a bit, at least. Thanks for that. Still sober, eh? Then I'll ask, what do you reckon we should do? Stop this before it's too late. Whatever doesn't involve me hearing everyone's opinions again. I love how the game is self-aware. Woke up about 15 minutes ago, shoveled snow, and now sitting at my PC. Oh my god, I do not miss shoveling snow. The only benefit so far I can see in living in an apartment building is I don't have to shovel snow. Did you only do the DPS role quest for the main story? Will you do the others as you start more jobs? Yes, I've only done the one so far. I am working on getting my other roles to the level where I could do them. Currently, I'm working on my Summoner Scholar combination. When I started it, I had Summoner at 51, and now I have it at 60, so moving forward, getting there. It's gonna take a while, but I'm working on it. Healer has the best story? She's already power leveling Summoner. Yep, that's exactly it. How should I know better than any of you? Stop this before it's too late. Maybe the outsider is right. We'll never agree on who should take the blame for the attack, which means the real problem is Glug. I did feel a lot more confident before he started telling us to listen to others' perspectives. He's been trying to turn us against each other, but he's the elder here. Shouldn't he have seen our village's fiery destruction by skybound machines coming? What? No. No one could have foreseen this, no matter how wise they are or how hard they try. No one's right every time. We've all made mistakes here, believe me. Anog, Konog, Glag, the whole lot of you. And me. All of us. We failed each other. Oh. Alas. There he goes again. In a camera. Just outside. There's no music in here. There is music here. Hello. Lally-ho. Lolly, sorry you had to see that, ho. I may not be cut out for public speaking. I won't give up on putting Comra back together, though, in whatever way I can. Love how you give a lolly ho when they're in a scene. What? It's the thought that counts. Lolly ho, best emote confirmed. It has been my default high ever since I got it. Lolly ho. Hi Fat Clump, how you doing? How has your day been so far? Hi Rokiwari, how's it going? This is sacrilege. Twitch doesn't have coffee emote. But I do have coffee. It has a cat on it and it says cappuccino. Because, you know, I have issue with coffee mugs. It's bad. I don't know what we should have done, but there's nothing for it but to try and do better, day by day, moment by moment. Good to have nice coffee mugs? Yeah, my coffee mugs are just full of cuteness and puns. A lot of cuteness and puns. And to have favorite coffee mugs? I have too many favorites. Too many, I can't pick. I admit, I feel better knowing you'll be around. Pardon me. Her coffee mugs are always full of coffee because of how much coffee she drinks. That actually does make it sound like I'm not actually drinking the coffee, because if it's always full, that means that I haven't drunk it yet. Right? But to be fair, if it's empty, I'm just gonna go refill. I drink way less coffee than I used to. Need to get more nice coffee again. Well, I always drink a lot of coffee, but I drink more coffee during the winter, less during the summer. Because it's so hot, so you don't really want a hot beverage. I was thinking about what you said, and I realized I probably haven't been the most helpful. I'm choosing to try harder from now on, so if you need another pair of hands, you're more than welcome to join us. Though I'd say we're all past due for a little breather, after all that's happened. Take a rest. Chief's orders. Understood. I'll be just over there then, with my thoughts. Yes, not a problem. He's a little odd, but he's got to the spirit. I look forward to putting the both of you to work. At your earliest convenience, of course. It continues. Comra wasn't built in a day. The Dixide Chief eyes you expectantly. Lally, thanks again for offering to help us rebuild our village, Ho. So are you rested and ready to begin the work? Sure. Wonderful. I can't tell you how reassuring it is to have you with us. Now, to begin with, we need to discuss how we're going to tackle our task. If you could join our nervous friend over there, I'll be along after I see to some preparation. They really will just interrupt Lollyho with anything, won't they? It seems so, at least in this questline. It's come! My doom is come! Doom! Oh, it's just you. Sorry, force of habit. So, is it time? To rebuild, that is. Everyone's here. Good. Let's get right to it. I have an idea that I want to run by the two of you. In order to rebuild, we're going to need lots of supplies and willing hands, neither of which we have a whole heap of at the moment. Oh, look at them running! But then I thought, what if we availed ourselves of the technology used by the machines? With the wealth of parts they left behind, we have all the materials we need to rebuild and upgrade our automata to do the work. Not only would it be practical, since we'd be using the force behind our destruction for our salvation, it's also poetic. For your part in this, Cat, I'd ask you to venture into the tunnels and gather those items what might be useful. Fetch quest. Got it. Whatever you find, you can bring to our friend here. He'll examine the objects to see how they might be put to use. And that's about it. So, what do you think? Sounds like a plan. Good, good. With this, the rebuilding can finally commence. We'll prove to everyone that you can't keep us dwarfs down, except maybe with copious amounts of grog. That's been an issue historically. Well, I'd best be getting back to my post. Without someone breathing down their necks, our miners are liable to stand around with their thumbs up their arses. You have any questions? You can direct them at our friend here. Between you and me, we're probably doomed to fail. But if it's going to happen anyway, there's no point in delaying it. That's to say, if you're ready to begin, then so am I. Got it. A weekly quest, which continues the story, is now available from the Doomsday Dwarf in Kamra. Lend your aid and help the dwarves in Kamra to rebuild their home. This is a weekly thing? That sounds like something I'm gonna do on my own time. So should we leave that there? If that's gonna be something that I'm gonna do on my own time then. And move on to a... Do we want to do the trial or the normal raid first? I think we can do either now, because I finished 5.3. What do we want to do first? Obviously, I'm gonna do them both, and I don't know anything about them, so I don't have any opinion. Because I'm not... It sounds weird to say it like this, but I'm not looking forward to anything in particular because I don't know anything. So it doesn't matter to me which one first. Neither do I. I'm new to this section of side content. Ooh. I know where my vote goes. Which one is that? And where do I find this quest? Let's put it this way. Point me to the direction of the quest. I don't need to know which one it is. They're both fantastic for different reasons. Okay. I remember this part. It would be fine to stream the weekly. Oh. When it's a weekly thing, does it mean that it follows the Tuesday reset? Or does it have its own date when it resets? Yes. Okay. Blue, you set up a vote? A poll? Okay. We'll see. Alright. What is this? All that grinds is not glue. That seems pretty decisive so far. Wait, is everyone wanting the same thing? To the Crystarium then? 10 votes. All of them normal raid. Wow! You should do the weekly today since reset is tomorrow. But can I do that on my own time? Because if we're focusing on doing the actual raids and stuffs today. No? Crystarium. Alright. Oh my gosh, hi! Hi! First of all, lally-ho! 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 Hi everyone! How are you doing? Oh my god, what a cutie! What a cutie! Let's feed it. Oh, they ran away. Oh my gosh. Alright. Lally-ho! Actually continue with story and only last a couple of weeks. I'm next to the quest when you're ready. Okay. How do I... Ah! I see. Okay. Well, let's do this thing then. Are you up or down? No, that's down. Right? It's here. Right? Anxious Crystarium Guard. Oh, humming again, I see. Alright. In the middle of nowhere. One of the Crystarium guards is particularly relieved to have found you. This is interesting because I have no idea what this is about. Like, I have no idea what the trial is about. I have no idea what the normal raid is about. Like, I have, of the quest lines, like, I have no idea. I have no idea, so I have no idea what to expect. We do seem to have Reen here. And something. Ah, Kat, have you seen Reen? She's been looking for you. Wait here, I'll go and get her. There you are. The truth is, I need your help. Now hold on, I haven't even told you what it is yet. Whatever it is, I will help you. After you defeated Emmet Selk, I sensed a strange concentration of light somewhere far to the south. In the empty, the lands that were once swallowed by the flood. I can't tell what it is, but we have to find out. For all we know, it might even be another Light Warden. But whatever it may be, I don't intend to stand by and watch. Hi Jada, how you doing? Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Thancred, Urianger and I have a few theories that we plan to test once we find whatever's causing this. The three of us were reluctant to ask you for help. ask for your help, considering everything that you've been through. The thing is, you're the only person who can defeat a Light Warden without becoming one yourself, so we have no choice. While we don't want to jump to conclusions, it would be a good idea to have you there, just in case. So, will you come with us? I wouldn't have it any other way. Thank you, Kat. This means a lot. First of all, let's head to the derrick in Amareng. Thancred and Urianshe should have everything ready by now. A Light Warden. Okay. Speak with Rainier. Okay. Got it. Can't even begin to tell you how much I've been looking forward to this raid, story-wise. That's what you keep saying. Should have done the normal raid while the two of the science were still in the first. Right. Well, there is that when you do things this way. But it's easier for me to keep up with the story when I do one thing from start to finish. Obviously, when I get all caught up, I'm gonna have to go patch by patch. Thancred and Urianshe just found a way back to the first. Apparently, it's not that much of a problem at all. Right. All I know is that we're going into the empty to try help the first. That's all I know. I kept myself very blind for this one. Alright. Urianshe is wherever the plot requires him to be. He's a theater character. I love Urianshe so much. Thancred has experience as a rogue and can sneak into anywhere. See? See? It all makes sense. It's perfectly normal. I did this just 2 months ago, way after I was done with Endwalker. Oh, wow. Yeah, I could have gone through the story first, get caught up with the MSQ and then do all the side content, but I really wanted to go expansion at a time. I don't know. And I'm really happy I did that, although it does frustrate me that I can't continue my crafting stuffs because I'm not in Endwalker yet. I played a lot of Heavensward stuff way after, mostly crafting stuff. And it was so weird when people kept wanting to kill dragons after I already ended the war. I unlocked this 20 minutes ago. Yeah, see? Awesome. That is the awesome way, right? I hope the desert creatures didn't give you too much trouble on the way here. No. I doubt they posed any sort of challenge to her. Would that I could say the same with confidence about whatever fiend may be waiting for us out there. Even if the light that Rain sends turns out to be nothing of consequence, the empty is hardly the most welcoming of places. Anything that could survive out there is not to be trifled with. Moreover, it should be reiterated that the light-blasted wasteland poseth as severe a threat as any foe we might face. In any event, we are in agreement that this phenomenon doth warrant investigation, though for lack of more precise means of navigation, we must needs rely on Reen's innate abilities to guide us. I have formed several hypotheses regarding the nature of the light, but speculation is a poor substitute for first-hand observation. There'll be plenty of time for us to talk about it on the way. Oh my god, Blue, you're cute. Is the sky slipper ready, Thancred? Ready to take us wherever we need to go, aye. Back again too, maybe, if we ask it nicely. Though the light hath been expunged from Norvrand, the ambient aether of the empty is still corrupted. Dangerously so, in fact. Blue being cute as usual? Yep, that he is. He is always cute. The flood of light devastated everything in its wake. The soil, the air, the water, all rendered incapable of supporting life. This due to its imbalance that the empty remaineth utterly uninhabitable, even a century thereafter. That's why we're taking every possible precaution. Between the aetherometers I've packed and Reen's unique abilities, oh my god, talking today, what is it? We should be able to detect and measure any fluctuations in our alignments. According to the Crystarium scouts, a few days out there won't affect us to any noticeable degree, but much longer than that and we risk becoming sin eaters. Since we still don't know how Chocobos and Amaro will fare in the empty, we opted for a more mechanical mode of transportation. This comes courtesy of the researchers at the Mean, who found it in the Crystal Tower and restored it to working order. It's quite safe, I promise. The person in charge said he'll have parts delivered from the Crystarium should anything break. He seemed quite eager to see what we bring back from the empty, even though I told him we're not hunting for treasure. I'll introduce you if we have a chance to stop by Mordsog at some point. Anyway, I think that covers everything. When you're ready to leave, just say the word. I say the word. Well then, shall we? Yes. We get another adventure with Reen. Yeah, we do. Oosh. With a name like The Empty, I wasn't expecting much in the way of pleasant scenery, but this is downright depressing. To look on the land swallowed by the flood with mine own eyes is a chilling sight indeed. Approximately 9/10 of this world are as this, a slate all but wiped clean. Were it not for the warriors of darkness and Nuvilia. Reen, are you sure we're heading in the right direction? Yes, I'm certain. There's no telling how far away it is, though. Nothing for it but to keep going, then. You two back there may as well take a nap. I have a feeling we've a good few moms ahead of us. I have to say, it's a touch larger than I was expecting. And is it sleeping? No, it's waking up. I don't like the sound of that. Is it a light warden? No, I don't think so. Instead of being filled with light, it is light. The first Sin Eater. The first? Long have I strived to unravel the mysteries surrounding the flood of light, to discover what set that terrible cataclysm in motion. Every thread led to the same conclusion, the same single point. Or single being. I have reason to believe that the entity we see before us is the first Sin Eater, the instigator of the flood, the very foe Minfilia vanquished a century ago. She gave everything she had, and won. But this abomination could undo her work. Aye, the possibility cannot be denied, though it is oft said that destruction and creation are but two sides of the same coin. Reen, knowest thou of what I speak? The power to shape reality, to bend the laws of nature, for what was once shattered may be forged anew. That's all well and good, but don't you think we should give it a name first? Eden. Utopia in Fae, a most auspicious title. Now that that's settled, perhaps we should find a spot to set up camp. I even brought a couple of tents on the off chance, but pitching the damn things is something of a fine art. Does anyone fancy helping me? What? FF8 music, really? What? We get the FF8 world map music? What? Oh my god! This is awesome! Hey, thank you so much for the follow! Welcome to the stream, I hope you enjoy it here. What? This is so weird! Wow, that hit me hard. That's so weird to hear this music in this game. I just want to listen to the music. Oh my god. Oh god. That's gonna be distracting me so badly. I never realized that putting tents up could be such a bother. Still, I'm glad that we got there in the end. Thancred should be back from scouting the area soon. Once he's here, we can plan our next move. Please enjoy this raid series, it's one of my favorites. FF8 is so special to me. I've played FF8 and I loved it. I loved it, and I want to replay it so bad. Such a good game. Ah, this takes me back. During the course of your investigation, you may discover valuable artifacts. These can be exchanged for equipment by speaking with Gul Gul in Mordsuk or Yal 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 in Yulmore. Then enjoy this raid, Cat. Wait, is this gonna have more FF8 references? I mean, spoilers don't say like that, but you know, I don't know. The music, that took me off guard. I wasn't expecting that. I will say nothing. Thank you. Perfect. This is messing with my brain because I feel like my brain is in a different game than it's weird. Okay. Deploy the core. Reen waits anxiously for Thancred to return from surveying the vicinity. Let's say that question was rhetorical. Exactly. I wonder what's taking Thancred so long. Man, I really loved 8. Ah, there he is. Well, that was rather uneventful. Not that I'm complaining. Did you find anything? No, thankfully. There's naught but barren plains in every direction, apart from Eden, obviously. I tried approaching it, and the brute didn't even seem to notice me. I thought it best not to tempt fate, so I withdrew. We should act now before it's fully awake. Meaning what exactly? When I think about the flood of light, I get the feeling that rather than destroying everything in its path, what it actually did was stop the flow of ether. Of course, that meant that all the plants, animals, and people here could no longer survive. They must have crumbled to dust in the years since. But the ether is still here, lying dormant. If Eden is the one that caused it, maybe it can get it flowing again. I don't know for certain, but I think I can use Eden to bring life back to the empty. Now hold on a moment. What makes you think that's even possible? And how do you expect to control that kind of power? Reen's aspirations may not be as preposterous as thou dost surmise. I believe Minfilia halted the Flood of Light's advance not by destroying Eden, but by silencing it. And in so doing, she hath gifted us an opportunity too precious to waste. Even now, the flame of hope burns on. Oh my god, the FF8 music, like, really? That got me so excited about this. Like, just one piece of music. That's crazy. Aye, as Minfilia's successor, it standeth to reason that Reen doth possess the means to exert her will over Eden. But such a monumental task is not to be taken lightly. What sayest thou, Cat? I imagine this is easier said than done. It would put Reen's life at risk. There's more at stake than just my life. If Eden is allowed to awaken, who knows what will happen? I have to try. Very well, Reen. You've made up your mind. So, how should we go about this? I have an idea. I've been studying it carefully ever since we arrived, and it seems to me that the light is more concentrated at a certain point. I suppose you could call it the core. The giant talus had a core too, like a beating heart. It controlled the flow of ether. If Eden's core is the same, perhaps we could use it to restore the etheric balance. The theory is certainly sound. By employing Aethernet shards as beacons, mayhap we could trace the ethereal flow to Eden's core, and in so doing secure the means to teleport to the very heart of the beast. Thankfully, the Settlement Council has kindly furnished us with a plethora of apparatus by which to perform such feats. However, we must needs first have Reen study the entity's interior and chart us a suitable course. Once we have reached our destination, I shall fabricate a means by which you may directly communicate with Eden, and mayhap exert a measure of control over it. You can really do that, Oriange? All credit is due to a dear friend, a gentle soul long since departed, who imparted to me a wealth of knowledge concerning aetherology. Although I am certain she would be all too quick to chastise my methodology. Excuse me for interrupting this trip down memory lane, but I don't imagine that Eden will be too happy about us rummaging around in its innards, for want of a better term. In all seriousness, though, I wouldn't be surprised if there is some sort of welcoming party arranged for intruders. Perhaps you had best lead the way, Kat. It's true that she's the only one who can defeat a Light Warden, but I'd rather not rely on her any more than we have to. Yes, I haven't forgotten what happened when she absorbed too much light. But as Alize said, making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. Now, I wish I could put down wardens myself, but the simple fact is I can't. And there's no point pretending I can. That's why I'm asking Kat. Then perhaps I could. You already have a job to do, remember? The only reason this plan even has a chance of success is because of your involvement. We need you to concentrate on the task at hand and guide us to the core. Not only that, you'll have to keep an eye on Eden itself. If we somehow manage to make it angry, get us out of there. Are you sure you want to go through with this? This is what I do best. Let's go with that. I won't let you down. Though we will remain here, Reen and I shall do our utmost to guide thee along the ethereal stream. After thou hast breached the exterior, we shall remain in contact via these link pearls, courtesy of our comrades in the Crystarian. Being relics salvaged from the Crystal Tower, I fear they may be somewhat less reliable than those to which thou art accustomed. Eden's Gate Resurrection. Ooh! Oh! Oh, it really is a shard. Oh my god, I want to read about this thing. Right? Reen's discovery of a vast concentration of light prompts an expedition into the barren wastelands left in the wake of the flood known as the Empty. There you encounter the immense and enigmatic Eden, the very first Sin Eater and the progenitor of the destruction that all but consumed the world. Rather than seeking to end this threat once and for all, Reen hopes to use its limitless power to restore the ethereal balance of the empty and breathe life into the planet. However, she must first gain control of Eden's core, which is likely to have countermeasures for repelling intruders. I like the idea of this questline. Oof. All right. We're ready when you are, Kat. The teleportation apparatus has been calibrated successfully, and I believe the probability of irreversible disintegration to be relatively low. I see. Ah, it's making me want to play FF8. I can't get this bloody thing lit. It must be because of the ether has stopped flowing, just as Reen said. Though if this plan of hers and Orianche's actually works, we might have to stop calling this place the Empty. What are we gonna call it? The Filled? Time to stop the stream and play FF8, right? Woo! Welcome! Oh, FF8 was so good. The slightly less populated, the not very full. Last call, anyone else want in? Ooh. I can't get over the music. Give me all the FF8 references, please. I love that it leaves actually footprints here. Love places that leave footprints. Yeah. Like, I know that this is not snow, but it does look very snowy here, and my mind just constantly keeps thinking, I'm barely wearing any clothes here. I'm cold. Alright. Wow, that lighting. Beautiful. Alright. We gonna do this thing? I wanna go! There we go. Welcome to the party, everyone. Let's have some fun. I'm excited. I'm actually really excited. It seems like it's very similar vibes to the Alexander raids, because we are going into a thingy, you know? You know what I'm trying to say? Nice guess, but not quite, Cat. Okay. Okay. Gonna solo queue alongside so I can try to keep up. Oh, nice. Me ready. All right. Here we go. Be careful, huge amounts of ether are rushing to the core. Wait, what's that? Keeper of Knowledge, Eden Prime. Oh my god, the music is gonna distract me. Damn it, portraits go away. Ooh. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. Gravity. That was a good use for my shield. Rice and birch. Alright. Ooh. love the music. Oh. One of my favorite battle musics. Ah, I love it. It's distracting me. Pure light. Oh. Oh no, we're all in the same corner. That's fine. Dimensional shift. That's a lot of bubbles. Ooh. Oh shit. Oh my god. I can't see where I am. That's fine. Ouch! Whoosh. I did not have the health for that. Oh, I should have healed myself a little bit. I might have been able to survive that. Oof. They do a lot of damage. Whoa. This is so cool. This is so cool. Oh my god, sorry. Distracted. Worst possible timing, but my leg is cramping a little bit. Oh god. I need salt. I think that was a little bit unfair. I don't have the health for this. My god. Oh god. Is there any use for these? Or just pass on everything? This is my first time watching an FF8 enjoyer do these raids, and it's great to see. Oh, that's awesome. That makes me happy. They're tokens to turn in for gear. If you mark the lamps. Can you use that gear for like desynthing or turning those in or in any beneficial way? You can? Then I'm in. I can use it for desynth. If I can use it for that, then I'm in. See? Talk to the crafter in me. Alright, picks? Okay, what's gonna be the background? Which way? This way? Let's see. I want my weapons. On the points of this thing? Do you want us to turn like this? That would actually make probably a better background. So like this way. Do you mean this way? You can turn them in for Grand Company seals? Nice. See, if there's benefit to them, then I'm in. Eden is a really strong summon from FF8 and we saw it summon attack. That's why it looked familiar. I was like, wait, where have I seen this before? Because I have seen it in 8, but you get it so late in the game that you don't really get to use it a lot. That's why that attack looked so over the top. Well, I mean, to be fair, it's Final Fantasy. It is gonna be over the top. And I love it. The attack did 99999 damage. Oh my god. The damage cap of FF8. Nice. That's awesome. Alright. Our picture taker is taking pictures. We are allowed to leave. It will not harm the pictures. Alright. Cutscene time, I'm assuming? Think I did one too many 9s? I love they cut it down some because that attack is way longer than FF8. Yes. Oh my god. That boss music. It's one of my favorite, like, normal boss musics, if that makes sense. Like, you know, some bosses have their own music, but then there's the general boss music. That's one of my favorite general boss musics. It seems that Thancred's prediction about there being some sort of guardian was right. Thankfully, it was nothing that you couldn't handle. Guardian. And I'm glad to say you haven't absorbed any light either. So far, so good. Now that the way is clear, the Aethernet shards can send us to the core and back whenever we need. Why don't we give them a try? Wait, we're going here? I got quite scared when Blue and I died at the same time, but Azula got our back. Aww! Once Urianger has activated the device, it's my turn. Sure. The time hath come, Reen. Watch over me, Minfilia. Is this supposed to happen? Eden is offering considerable resistance. Not now. Not when I'm so close. Urianger. I am unharmed, but what of Reen? No, you listen to me. Reen, be careful. Oh. Oh. Okay. One fell swoop. Reen appears to have recovered from her battle of wills with Eden. It worked. I'm in control now, I think. It's a beautiful room. Although I'm now linked to Eden, I still need to figure out how to give it commands. Pray tell, what caused it to convulse so violently? It must have been when Eden rose into the air. I'm still struggling to stop it from drifting too far from the camp. Even now thou art. Reen, what's going on? Above us. Something's coming this way. An enemy. But how dost thou... could it be a sin eater? I can't see them clearly, but... No, that's impossible. What is it? They're inside too. Lots of them, trying to reach the core. Uninvited guests, eh? If I'd known they were coming, I would have tidied the place up. Japes are a poor substitute for a viable stratagem. In that case, I should Reading is pain today. In that case, I suggest that you and I deal with the ones who are already inside. And Kat can welcome our airborne adversary. Reen, find out if Eden has any defenses we can make use of, preferably ones that don't recognize us as the enemy. I'm not sure about that, but I can use the ether currents to send you wherever you need to go. That's my girl. Alright everyone, we've got work to do. From what I can tell, Eden is able to form simple structures by redirecting ether. So I'll try to give you something to stand on. When you're ready, head for that portal over there. Eden skin. We've got the next one. Let me read about this thing. Descend. Having finally overcome Eden in a battle of wills, Reen is now in control of the enormous Sin Eater, which now drifts high above the empty. Your celebrations are short-lived, however, as Reen detects the presence of unknown enemies making their way towards Eden's core. While Thancred and Rianger rush to intercept a swarm of foes approaching from inside, you head to the upper reaches to face the threat from the above. Alright. We need to run E1 again, but unsync to make sure all friends can come. Well, that should have been taken into consideration before we did the first one. Ugh. I think, yeah, we can do that. I'm gonna need to have us do these raids and stuffs on other days as well, not only on Mondays, because right now I am so I think I only have 2 MSQ days left of Shadowbringers and a lot more with raids. So if I want to do all the raids and stuffs before I go to Endwalker, I need to have more raid days than just Monday. I don't know why I thought of that right now. Just need another bonus string for raids and trials then. Yeah, because I would love to finish these before going into Endwalker. Because I know that when I go to Endwalker, I'm going to want to focus on that story. So I know we've always had like Monday raid day, but I think to even it out, how are you enjoying the MSQ so far? Loving it! Shadowbringers has been my favorite expansion by far. So far. But I did fall in love with this game back when I was still in ARR, so I've loved the whole journey. Hard agree, I love Shadowbringers so much. Oh, we have a cross-world party. Nice.
Okay. Come on, Eden, show me what you can do. There's no one else here. Alright.
Are we gonna have this music in all of these? That makes me so happy. Again with the portraits. Why can't we move these somewhere else? Because they're in my way when I try to do my dance partner. You can move the window? No, you can't. I've tried. It's not in the HUD layout. You can't drag that. I love this music so much. Oh shit, didn't see that in time, sorry about that.
Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. that wrong. That's fine.
Whoa. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. It's movable only when you open it manually, not when it opens by itself. How do you open it manually? Alright. God, I hope that these stack. There's an icon in the lower right corner. You can reopen it when it auto-closes at the beginning of duties, I think. How? Again, how? I don't understand. In Duty Finder? Wait. No, that's... I can't open it here. It has a pop-up like you have a loop pop-up right now. Oh! Only at the beginning before anything gets pulled. Oh, sorry. I'm not ready yet. Alright, oof. Okay. Alright, so in this menu... display party member portraits. And it will remember wherever I put this. Because here's the thing. I used to never forget to put dance partner on. But ever since this came along, I have forgotten it every single time. And it's because it's on top of the party list. Right when I need it. So I need to put this somewhere where it's not... I mean, heck, you can be in the middle of the screen. I don't care, as long as you're not there. So maybe here. Does it remember it now? If you right-click it, you can make it smaller as well. Huh. Well, I kind of like seeing them, but I just don't want it to be on top of my party list. So here, maybe? Alright, let's hope that it's now better. Thank you. Right click it, set to 100%, then GG. Whole screen of... Who needs to see the game? It's what I do? Awesome. Well, you really get to see people's portraits that way. I like that we have that thing now. That we have, like, that it shows the portraits. I like it. It was just messing me up so bad because it's right when I need to use this party list. The only time in the entire whatever duty we're on, the only time I need to have this party thing available to me, it is not. Cat, thank goodness you're unharmed. We came as soon as we took care of our unwanted guests. They were a stubborn bunch and quite unlike anything I've ever seen in the first. No, I won't let you. Damn the light. Damn you all. Who are you? What do you want? Why am I here? What is happening? Dude, are you okay? Oh. She's alive, but there's something strange about her ether. She didn't seem too pleased with Reen taking control of Eden, which may be what caused her to appear out of the blue. Beyond that, it's anyone's guess. This plain she's not a Sin Eater, not even in part as Vothri was. Yet this knowledge does little to assuage my fears, for she is nonetheless possessed of a power most terrible. On the other hand, if she's feeling cooperative, she might be able to tell us more about Eden. I'll keep an eye on her until she wakes up. There's no telling what will happen when she does. But I'll make it clear that we mean her no harm. Well, no further harm, at the very least. Obviously, it's not a good idea to bring her inside Eden. It's likely that reaching the core was her aim from the outset, so I'll take her to the camp. Workday finally over, yay! Now that things have settled down, I should get back inside and try strengthening my link to Eden. Thank you, Dad Crit. Although I had my hands full trying to control Eden, I caught a glimpse of your battle. That power, I've never seen anything like it. What thou witnessed was the tearing of the very fabric of reality, the creation of a rift through which Voidsent may enter. But pray tell, Reen, didst thou make any other observations? I couldn't sense any light at all in that girl or her servants, and I can't really explain how, but she reminded me of Emmet Selk. Though I think it unlikely that she is an Ascian, she may yet be thrall to Zodiark. Maybe we'll be able to find out more when she's woken up. In the meantime, I'll try to improve my control over Eden. It seems to be listening more than before, instead of screaming at me like it was in the beginning. And that's not all. I've made an exciting discovery. Hey, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is very kind of you. And enjoy the Moogles. This time. Nor any drop to drink. Reen's newly formed bond with Eden's core has led to a surprising discovery. I feel a lot more confident in my ability to control Eden now. Of course, this is only the beginning. And we shall accompany thee wheresoever this path may lead. But pray tell, what manner of discovery hast thou made? I understand how Eden's power works. and therefore the true nature of the flood of light? Yes, it affected the balance of all of the ether in the empty, shifting it so far towards the umbral that it stopped flowing altogether. The power to tip the scales. And to tip them back again. That's what Eden does. It controls the balance of ether over a wide area, forcing it from one alignment to the other. Left alone, it still poses a threat, but if I can harness its power, I think I could use it to breathe life back to the empty. The trouble is, I haven't the foggiest idea of where to start. And if I go about this the wrong way, I'll do more harm than good. Thou needst not bear this burden alone, Reen, nor should thou. 'Tis no simple matter of awakening that which lies dormant. All things in nature are inextricably linked. The elements maintain a fragile harmony, without which life cannot prosper. So what should we do? A solution hath begun to take shape in my mind, though it will require further discussion. For the time being, let us return to the camp. 'Twould be remiss of us not to involve Thancred. My friends, I believe I have struck upon a method by which we may see this world restored. Oriange, before you go any further, allow me to make a potentially very long story slightly shorter. The plan is to control Eden and realign the aether of the empty, right? In essence, yes. However, unleashing elemental energy haphazardly will not suffice. In addition, the empty is unfathomably vast. Were we only able to effect change over one small region at a time, it would take many lifetimes to complete even a fraction of our task. Instead, our energies would be better spent revitalizing each element in order, that we might set in motion a more widespread transformation. One at a time? I hate to say this, but I don't think Eden will be able to draw out a single element without affecting the others. For that very reason, we shall select a location in which the ambient ether we wish to restore is at its most potent. Even in a dormant state, certain elements will be more prevalent and therefore more easily manipulated. Then we rebalance the ether and return it to the land, whereupon it shall be borne on a ethereal currents to the farthest reaches of the empty. But what's to prevent that element from breaking free of Eden's hold and causing disaster of some sort? It must needs be contained. The question is, how? Cat, indulge me a moment if thou wouldst. Pray imagine a corporeal manifestation of each of the individual elements. What dost thou see in thy mind's eye? Muggles? Mayhap thou art afeard to utter the fateful word, for to even speak the name primal is to invite misfortune. Though invite it we must. As the ether is drawn forth and realigned by Eden, we shall perform a summoning as Master Louisoix once did on the fields of Cartano. As one who hath laid low countless primals, thy memories will shape the ether into deiform entity, which must subsequently be dispersed in the traditional fashion. So defeat it, in other words. But is that even possible? I break my fast on primals. Ah, sure. lest thou forget. 'Twill be no more than approximation of foe thou hast previously bested. I have every confidence in thine abilities, Cat. As do I, though it might help to have some idea of what you will be up against. Have you decided which element to tackle first? I propose water, the source of all life. As for the location, an area to the west of Norvrand was once home to the world's deepest ocean. Alas, the flood of light reduced it to a yawning chasm. Water? Yes, that seems like a good choice. I'll see if Eden can take us where we need to go. And I shall prepare for the summoning. Thancred, wouldst thou keep watch over the enigmatic antagonist? She may have vital information to impart. In the event that she becometh agitated, thou mayest have need to restrain her. Someone's got to do it, I suppose. I'll be praying for your success while I wait here, twiddling my thumbs. Still, I must say I don't envy you being caught up in yet another of Urianger's madcap schemes. Though, come to think of it, if the creature you must fight is born from your own memories and imagination, why don't you try thinking of something a bit tamer than the primals you fought in the past? Perhaps that's not how it works. Anyway, best of luck. Caught up to E3? Awesome! Can we prioritize Tiny Nano for the party since they are doing it for the first time? So that they can keep, you know. Because I think it's ridiculous that they have to then catch up like that. So I would highly want to prioritize them for the party always so that they can do this at the same time. Then Florida Cat also gets prio because they are also running this for the first time. Then that is how it is. Then we can fill the party with people who have done this before and can jump into any content. That way people that want to join don't run into issues like this. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. I can be super reserved. Is that like, if no one else wants in, then I'm gonna be in. Alright. Alright, I need to go to Eden's core. Hello! Lally-ho! Eden seems to be responding well to my instructions, so we should reach our destination in no time at all. Alright, this is the place. I'll see if I can draw out the water aspected ether. The rest is up to you, Cat. Memories of Leviathan come flooding back. Of course, water. Inundation. Flooding, right? Alright. Let me read about this thing. Reen is now able to concentrate on the task of turning Eden's immense power to the task of balancing the ethereal alignment of the empty. Such a delicate task must be approached one element at a time, and Urianshe should suggest that the first should be water, essential to all life. However, for the ether to be restored, it must first be given shape through a process akin to summoning, as you call upon your memories of the dread Leviathan. Or Leviabetus, as some might say. Why do I remember that? The raging fury of the deluge begins to take form. My alt is doing ARR now, seeing how early you fight Leviathan. Do the world truly remember that fight? I don't know. Alright.
Me ready.
Oh no. Draktum is the best scion. Oh god. The second time you meet him is the funniest, right?
How you doing?
We are doing Eden. And I'm loving the FF8 music. Platformy thing. Radar of the world. Oh, wow. Oh. Alright. Oh, look at that. It's not gonna be in the way anymore. Okay, you, dance partner. Hit the buttons on the enemy and don't wipe. Exactly, that's the way to go. Alright. That was the wrong button. That's fine. Mistake is a good way to start a battle. Okay. Oh, it's a tinier platform now. That's a very tiny space. Where's the music? That's scary. Zoom on. Oh god. Oh. Oh, goody. That's a very tiny platform anymore. Oh god. Alright. That's fine. Also, I love how my sprint is no longer killing me. Because I switched my buttons. Oh gosh. That's one way of handling the stack marker, right? That was funny. Yay! Oh gosh. Alright. Alright. So. Whew. Oh my gosh, there's been a lot on in chat. This way? Or that way? Which way? This way? Alright. Yes. I'm trying to just do MSQ and the important blue quest. It's so hard not to touch Crafter and Gatherer. Oh, don't I know it! Giving my permission myself permission to just play how I want and enjoy it all with my alt. Crafting and gathering is a big part of that for me, it seems. That's the same for me. Like, I have 2 alts and I'm doing crafting and gathering on both of them. Because I cannot not do that. Alright. Let's go. That was incredible. Is that what a primal looks like? Oh, not quite the same then. But why is that? The Leviathan of the Source was summoned by the Sahagin, to whom he was no less than a god. Without their faith, the deiform entity that we brought into existence differed on a fundamental level, though it was no less formidable. The manifestation relied upon Kat's experiences of Leviathan. And may have been influenced by recollections of other water-aspected beings, leading to further discrepancies. Memories brought to life. But I still can't tell if our plan actually worked. We'll just have to wait and see, I guess. How goes it? If you finish slaying your primal, or whatever it is, I suggest you get back here on the double. There's something you ought to see. What could that be? Evidently, our only recourse is to return to our base of operations forthwith. I sit the next one out because I'm too scared by this one. Have fun dying? Wait, what? 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 Cat, look. By the 12's good grace, is a marvel to behold. I never thought that a whole lake would suddenly appear like this. And we're just getting started. I only hope the burden is not too much for you, Kat. Wait, what have you done to me a few times, Blue? Bully me? Rescue you to your death? A few? few. You call that a few? Per battle, a few times per battle is more like it. Brought it up because I really wanted to do that to FetClum. Of course you did. Of course you did. I would not expect anything else from you. Super seismic. Reen and Oriange are considering the next step in the plan to reclaim the empty. Alright. I think this proves that the water-aspected ether is no longer lying dormant. So, which element should we realign next, Oriange? I propose earth. Should we succeed in returning the soil's life-giving energy, the empty shall become capable of supporting the growth of flora. Imagine that, forests in the empty. But before we begin, I'd like to know how that girl is doing. Still sound asleep. She didn't so much as stir even when I took her helmet off. I thought it might be getting a bit stuffy in there, and I was curious to know what sort of person we're dealing with. Can we see? She seems surprisingly normal, not at all like your usual void scent. I'd say she's around the same age as you, Reen, perhaps a little older. Well, whoever she is, we should let her rest while we concentrate on the task at hand. As much as I'd love to go with you, I'd best stay here in case she wakes up and is feeling less than cooperative. And while I wait here wishing I had something to read, my thoughts will be with you as you fly off to face the next opponent. It must be a strange feeling to bring something into existence through your own willpower, only to slay it immediately after. I almost feel sorry for the poor things. All the same, I wish you luck. If all goes well, he won't be waiting for long. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner we can see the results. Alright. Now, before we embark on our journey, there is one question I feel I should ask. Where are we going? I would suggest a certain region that lieth east of Norrönd, which was once home to the great Mount Atlas. And for the earth-aspected primal we wish to invoke, that could be what could be a more fitting choice than Titan? Well, of course. I don't think I've heard of that one. What's it like? The Landsman. He is worshipped by the kobolds. Thancred mentioned those. They're your words equivalent of the Mord, yes? But if our last battle is anything to go by, this one will be different from the Titan that Cat remembers, yes? It would be wise to consider the two as entirely separate beings. As such, thou must needs conceive new stratagems if thou art to triumph in the battle to come. Past experience will avail thee not, I fear. Alright, Cat, once you're ready, we'll be on our way. The second answer is for those who got PTSD from Titan. It took a while, but we finally arrived. Like, I was tempted to answer that. I was ready to fight Titus. Ready, Cat? Yes. Memories of Titan come tumbling back. First Leviathan is now to this. Ooh! Sepulture. Sepulture. I sit this one out. Oh, too bad we don't have Tracton with us. Yeah. Let me read about this thing. This one. Having successfully realigned the element of water following your triumph over Leviathan, the next candidate for restoration is Earth, in the hope that the empty will soon become able to support life. As before, you draw upon your experience of primals fought on the source to shape the ether, this time recalling your fateful encounter with the Lord of Crags, Titan. Debating, do I need a bio break now or after this one? After this one. I'm scared I need an adult. That's Titan. You don't look so earthy. Have fun dying? Thank you. Luck, I guess. Why is everyone so afraid of this? Famous last words. Voice of the land. Evil Earth. Earth is evil? Oosh. Okay. Okay. Stone Crusher. Well, at least it's not Bone Crusher. You can crush all the stones you want, as long as you're not... Oh, hello. Oof. You hit hard. Oh, there? Alright. CC. Got it. Where is the middle of this actually? Whoosh. There it is. Whoa! Hello. That was quite the Alright. Let's see if we can avoid that this time. I'm afraid to move. I'm so low health. Awesome. Okay. I see. You have issues. What happened to you that made you so angry? Earth and Fury. See, why are you furious? Ouchie. I has no help. Bomb boulders. Okay. Oh shit. Whoosh. Voice of the land. Crumbling down. No, we will not. Whoosh. Oh god. Whoosh. Where are you supposed to be when that hits? In front of him? Okay, got it. So I was too much on the side. Okay, got it. I don't have health for whatever happens next. I will fix it. Whew. Mhm. Eviler. Ooh, too close to the edge. Again? Oh god. goes Engie again. First try! We did it! That was a fun one. That was a fun one. Duty complete. He's mad because his insurance went up and he has to tighten his budget. I love puns. Easy? So much death. Right. Eden Minor. Ooh, nice. When will they figure out a need all button? Wow, that is a cool view. Oh, this way, absolutely. Right? We gotta have that as a background. That's so cool. Did someone fall? Oh, God. E4 has no enrage mechanics, so you can technically drag the party kicking and screaming through the fight for ages. Aww. I hate FF14 Mario Kart. Oh gosh. Man, that view is gorgeous. Think I want to be up for E6 or E8. Looks like I'm threatening the carbuncle with my scythe. What? Carbuncle, what did you do? Have you been a meanie? Oh, we lost another one. Alright, picture takers are taking pictures, which means we are free, everyone! Oh, there was more? No, there's not. Here we go! Cutscene time again! Welcome back. You must be exhausted. For a creature made of rock, he was a lot more agile than I was expecting. I wonder, was the Titan of your world a tough opponent too? He never stood a chance against me. Yes, if I put one foot wrong, I would have fallen to my doom. I mean, My first time fighting Titan, I might have fallen. I might have fallen. Maybe. Maybe. I'm gonna put that. We fall! So all it would have taken is a momentary lapse of concentration. I don't like the sound of that. That's what that battle was. Try autopiloting that one. Not that easy. But more importantly, you've defeated another elemental being, which means we're a step closer to reclaiming the empty. I can't wait to see how much of a difference we've made this time. I can't wait to get all of these, like, ever since VAW3 basically, everything that we've done since then. I can't wait to get some of those things in roulettes and see what they are like in normal mode. Like, how different are they? Because I don't think I've ever done... any content in this game, both minimum item level and normal. I've only done one or the other. Imagine if it was like the old ARR Titan where you could not get resurrected when you fell down. Oh god. That would add a... whoosh. Whew. Innocence basically just falls over in roulettes. Was that VAW3? Was Innocence VAW3? Yeah, VAW3 and Innocence, same person. Yeah. That's what I kind of remembered. Well, it's good that that was the first one that we did like this. It wasn't too traumatic for me. Did we really do all of this? We have Earth. Aye, 'twould appear that a balance has returned to the element of Earth, and yet... I love, we're like creating a world, in a way. Or bringing it to life. Glad they changed stuff then, because that have people rage quitting. Don't say it like that, because one time I got this trial and we wiped one time. No. We are restoring the first. Yeah. Because I keep saying that. I love whenever there's a quest line where we're either building something or rebuilding or restoring. Taking something that's either empty or something that's broken and making it something, making it beautiful, making it alive. Whenever there's a storyline like that, like I'm a sucker for those. The empty is now the mostly empty, but there's rocks and water. That's a start. The transformation had affected only the immediate vicinity, whereas the lands beyond this lake doth remain unchanged. Is passing strange indeed. Did we do something wrong? Though this falleth short of the outcome I had envisioned, this plain our efforts were not in vain. Mayhap this localized phenomenon is the result of an intersection of ethereal currents. Therefore, it is reasonable to assume that similar locations in the empty have undergone comparable alterations. Then the ether will spread out from these points to cover the rest of...
Reen.
So let me guess, we're gonna do like Ifrit, and we're gonna do like Garuda, and we're gonna do like Ramu, and what other elemental stuffs we have. It has changed. We don't have the music. Where did the FF8 music go? Petition to rename the base of operations in the empty to the Oasis. Ah, that would make sense. A lot better. The next piece of the puzzle. Reen appears to have been overcome by exhaustion. It's nothing. That didn't look like nothing to me. You'd better lie down for a while. No, really, I'm fine. Anyway, we've still got work to do. Nay, Thancred had the right of it. 'Twould be unwise to exert thyself overmuch. I appreciate your concern, but I do wish you'd stop fussing. Reen, thou knowest not the strain thou dost place on thyself. Oh, Urianger. Though the elements of water and earth had been restored, continued exposure to the empty stagnant ether may yet sap thee of thy remaining strength. Now that you mention it, I've been feeling a bit out of sorts ever since we got here. Patch break? I should probably get away from the empty and rest for a while. Pray do so. Meanwhile, I shall remain here. The restoration of the first two elements hath produced unexpected results, and I require time to analyze our findings. However, I must ask thee to refrain from discussing our work in the empty, even with our closest comrades. Why? I thought they'd welcome the news. And indeed they shall, once we have more to show for our efforts. Nevertheless, this mission is one of surpassing danger. I am loath to place our dearest friends at risk unless absolutely necessary. You have their best interests at heart, I'm sure, but to be perfectly honest, I'd prefer not to keep secrets from people that I trust with my life. I don't want to make a habit of this, but I'll do as you ask. It seems to me that Reen isn't the only one who would benefit from a change of scenery. Our Sleeping Beauty would likely fare better in more hospitable surroundings. We'll need to have our associates from the Prestarium organize a safe place for her to stay. If you and Kat could go on ahead and have a word with them in Mordsuk, we'll catch up with you once Urianger has finished whatever it is he needs to do. Okay, we can't tell the others in the MSQ because not all people are doing this content, so should we? Hi Maida, how you doing? Will you do all of Eden today? I don't think we're gonna get to all of it. We've done the first set now, and I mean we still have time and we're gonna keep going forward, but I don't think we're gonna finish them today. Perhaps thou too shouldst accompany her on the return journey. I dare say she would be glad of thy presence. Really want to do E12? Last fight is my fave, you see? Ah, I see. Well, I doubt we're gonna get there today. I'm not gonna start doing those 7.5-hour streams that I did Friday. I was exhausted after that one. Like, I was exhausted the entire next day after. But I loved it. I love that we got basically the entire 5.3 done in one day. No, not this time. She's come such a long way since we first met, and I worry that relying on me too much will only hold her back. We won't be staying in the first forever. The time will come for Reen and I to part ways, and for her to follow her own path. I know you understand this too, Oriange. I see you trying to pass on as much of your knowledge as possible while you still can. And to her credit, she's actually taking most of it in. It's a great patch. No wonder people and you wanted more. What really makes me laugh is, like, let me make this clear. I love that we did it the full patch, and I love that I did a 7.5-hour stream. But I loved when Blue was like, oh, just a little bit forward, and then there's a good stopping point. Look, just a little bit forward. That was 2 hours forward. A little bit. But again, I love that we did it that way. It was like 2 quests. Just lots of talking. I know. Yeah, when you look at the quests, like how many quests? Not that many. Gotta follow the blue. Yeah. But again, I love that we did it that way. Because it would have been like... Because I feel like the last 2 hours were just kind of wrapping things up. I wouldn't have wanted to leave those for the next day. Follow me to your doom. Yeah. That's gonna be my future, isn't it? I have made a choice. Reen is possessed of a natural affinity for ethereal. I can't place the punctuation correctly for this word. Where is the punctuation in this word? I just cannot say this word because I can't put the punctuation in the right spot because I can't find it. Is it in the beginning of the word? Is it in the middle? Is it at the... Where is it? I know how to pronounce it, I don't know where the punctuation is. You mean the emphasis? Yeah. I can't find it. That messes with my brain. I can't find it. Is it in the beginning? Aetherology. See? That's how you... That's... Like... Oh! I knew how to pronounce it. I just couldn't find the right... Like, where to put the... Yeah. Got it. I've been struggling with that. Oh. Good job. Hardest boss of today. unlike some who shall remain unnamed. A natural affinity for staying awake during your lectures, more like. Though come to think of it, she doesn't really take after me at all. However, like thee, she is Today, reading is not happening today. It has been like this the whole day. Like thee, she is predisposed to brooding in silence in lieu of voicing her concerns. Says the master of keeping his cards close to his chest. Anyway, Kat, you'd better take the sky slipper with Reem. It's true that she's been through a lot lately, but so have you. We'll need you ready for the challenges that lie ahead, so go on and get some rest. We shall await news of thy safe arrival in Amarang. Also, this is Orianche speaking. It's like the savage version of the English language. I know. Hey, the music is back! Words hard? Words hard.
Hello.
It seemed like you were all having quite a serious discussion. I hope I haven't given you any cause for concern. Well, if you say so, I probably shouldn't stay in the empty any longer than necessary, though. So, do you want to take the first shift piloting, or shall I? We have left the place. Hello! Lally-ho! Phew! I'm glad I had you there to keep me company. I have no idea how I would have passed the time otherwise. Now that we're here, I need to find our contact from the Crystarium. But before that, I was hoping I could have a word with you. Something's been on my mind. This might not be the best place for it, though. Those creatures over there look a bit hungry. Don't talk about hunger. I get hungry. Do I still have coffee? I still have coffee. I have cold coffee. When I first spoke to Thancred and Orianche about what I'd sensed in the empty, part of me wished we could have just left it alone. I guess I was scared of what we'd find. But now that we've found Eden, I know that I made the right choice. And if I'd given it to my fear, I probably would have spent the rest of my life wondering what might have been. From now on, whenever I hear that voice inside telling me to run away, to hide, I won't listen. That's not who I am anymore. Even so, all the courage in the world is not going to help me decide what we should do with that girl when she wakes up. Can we see her? Do you remember what she said right before she passed out? Why am I here? What is happening? What if she's being controlled or forced to act against her will? Whatever the case, it's clear that she's not a monster. She's a person, like you or me. Obviously, she knows something about Eden, and we need all the information we can get. But more than that, I just want to talk to her, to find out who she is and if there's anything we can do to help her. On the other hand, we mustn't forget that she's already attacked us once. What's to say she won't try it again when she wakes up?
Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here.
Oh my god, what happened here?
Hi, Hunger Force Gaming. How you doing? Just started this game. What expansion do most fans of the game consider their favorites? Either Shadowbringers or Endwalker, I would say. Yeah, I agree. For me personally, so far it's Shadowbringers, but I haven't played Endwalker yet, so I can't say anything about that. Different expansions have different things for different people. That's true. I'm so disappointed in myself for starting so late. I love Final Fantasy games, but I've skipped the MMO ones. Didn't realize the story was so deep. Yeah. I think that's something that a lot of Final Fantasy fans can relate to. But I don't think it's too late to start playing this. Like, the content in this game is built in a way where you can pick it up right now and have a wonderful experience with the game. Like, the content doesn't really... the content in this game is pretty much evergreen. Like, you can do it whenever. It doesn't get old, and it doesn't... It's always there. Shadowbringers was wonderful, and I loved Endwalker so much. FF14 is my main FF game. Mine too! Although I am still in the process of playing through all the mainline Final Fantasies. Well, this is one of them, to be fair. It's never too late to enjoy this game, right? Never too late, and everyone loves seeing Sprouts enjoy the game. That's true! That is true. New Sprouts are always welcome. Yes, they are. I purchased the complete edition and subbed before realizing I could play for free through Heavensward. Oh, but I'm hooked. Well, that's great. Now you get to enjoy the features that free trial players don't have. Yeah, like starting crafting and gathering while you have retainers. Trying to do that without retainers is pain because of inventory management. But a Sprout shouldn't be here because spoilers. That is true. That is true. I mean, to be fair, we're not doing MSQ, but still. If she keeps us from reclaiming the empty, it will be all my fault. It's no good. I can't make up my mind. What do you think we should do, Kat? If Alphino were here, he'd talk things through with her. Even Emmett Selk had his reasons. We should at least hear her out. There's not much we can do until she's awake. Well, there's not much we can do until she's awake, but I still kiss Emmett.
I see what you mean. Perhaps if we'd been able to come to an understanding, things wouldn't have ended the way they did. I hope that she's nothing like Emma Selk, but we won't know until we speak to her. Until then, I'll try to concentrate on the here and now. Speaking of which, I still need to see to Urianger's errands. The people we're on our way to meet lent us the Sky Slipper and most of the apparatus we've been using. And since we've been sworn to secrecy, I assume the same applies to them and their colleagues. Anyway, once that's over with, we can find a place to relax. FF14 rewards you for paying attention to all the people and places you go, even as far back as ARR. I love that. I have noticed that. That's amazing. I love that about this game. And I love that some of the dialogue changes based on what side content you have or have not done. There's no music in here. Now that we're here, allow me to introduce you to two members of our inner circle, or whatever you want to call it. That's Ghoul, who's interested in trading for any relics we find in the empty. Oh, apparently he mostly deals in exotic weapons and whatnot, but he's agreed to keep us supplied with whatever else we can't get from the Crystarium. Now, the ones we came to meet should be around here somewhere. Ah, Reen, what a relief it is to see you returned unharmed from your expedition. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. We were gone a bit longer than we expected. Kat, I'd like you to meet Luri. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As representative of the Settlement Council, I am here to oversee the delivery of equipment deemed necessary to your mission. I will be on hand to provide any assistance you may require. Actually, there's something we'd like you to take care of. There's so much content in this game. Almost too much content for someone who wants to do everything. I'm like that. I want to do absolutely everything here. Tiny Nano, you've never done any crafting or gathering? That's the best part of the game! It's probably best not to talk about it in the middle of the market, though. I am not kidding when I say over half of my hours in this game are crafting and gathering. I'll take it from here, Kat. You should get some rest. But before you go, I'd like to thank you for everything you've done. We still have a long road ahead of us, but if we give it our all, there's nothing we can't handle. True. I see. Though it is mere superstition, it would behoove us to proceed with caution. Moreover, I would refrain from discussing the matter with Reen and Kat until we know more. Well, I appreciate you telling me, even if it is too soon to be sure. I'm the one watching over her, after all. Crafting is a mathematical headache, though? Not for me. Math is not that bad. The Oracle of Darkness. I pray it is not true. I love crafting so much. Me too! Me too! Me too! I'm working on them. I have the final 10 levels to go. But I can't really move that much forward until I get to Endwalker, because I can't get stuffs for my crafting stuffs and... Ugh. Away with the fairy. Fairy? Jarl Fort has arrived in Mortsuk bearing pertinent information. Ah, there you are. I'm part of the team helping with the highly classified and very, very secret thing. The fact of the matter is, I've come to inform you of a rather interesting development. It's about the girl who was brought back from the empty. She's finally woken up, you see. Do we finally get to see her? Who she is? Yellfort! And Kat, too. The fun starts when you have all crafters and gatherers at 90 and you need to start gearing. I can't wait. I cannot wait. I'm looking forward to that. We heard the news from Thancred. Is it true? Why, yes, it most certainly is. Apparently, her name is Gaia. Gaia? I see. She claims to be a free citizen of Yulmore, although she remembers nothing of the events leading up to her attack on Eden. She's lost her memory? Parts of it, at the very least. We also cannot be sure whether she's telling the truth or if it's merely a ruse. She's yet to display any hostility, which is encouraging, I suppose. And Thancred's with her now, is he? Yes. He's taken her to Yulmore, mainly to verify that she's told what she's told us so far. Quiz the locals, that sort of thing. After that, the plan is to come back here, though they're taking rather longer than I'd anticipated. I do hope nothing is amiss. Quest accepted. Good grief. Are you always this slow? Hi? Who are you? At
this rate, it'll be dark before we know it. The night sky returning is all well and good, but it does make each day seem awfully short. And are you still dragging your heels back there? At least act as if you've got a purpose, would you? Now look here, I'm not one of your servants. Why don't you try carrying your own luggage for a change? Thancred, you're back. You lot are a sight for sore eyes. Yes, even you, Urianger. Gaia and I have just finished shipping her personal effects from Yulmore. I'm glad we could finally meet. Properly, I mean. So, did you learn anything useful? Other than where she lives, not an awful lot. Her supposed neighbors barely knew the first thing about her. Hells, she barely knows the first thing about herself. Her recollection of her life in Yulmore is patchy at best. But she seems convinced that she'll regain her memory if she accompanies us, and so she invited herself to join our merry band. And for her first act, she ordered me to carry her luggage. If you insist on standing around talking, might I suggest finding a place to sit down first? My feet are killing me. Well, no wonder, look at your shoes. My feet would be killing me if I had to walk in those shoes. Whew. Then perhaps you should have chosen more sensible footwear. See, Thancred gets me. But still, it's not such a bad idea, shall we? Wears 6-inch knife heels, complains her feet hurt as if this isn't her fault. Exactly. Exactly. See, this is the kind of shoes I wear. Flats. Barely shoes at all. Gaia. You are the world. Those look longer than 6 inches. I can't, I don't know how much 6 inches is, so I can't say anything about that. So you don't remember anything at all? Not attacking us, not falling unconscious? Such selective amnesia would have rightly raised suspicion within those of a cautious mind. Yes, yet if she doth speak the truth, it would lend credence to my current hypothesis, though admittedly some further... Not now, Urianger, she's only just woken up. We don't want to bore her back to sleep. In any case, I prefer to follow my instincts. And they're telling me that Gaia means us no harm. After much deliberation, I thought it only right to let her know about our work in the empty, as a sign of goodwill. After all, trust works both ways. Though, I would ask you, Kat, not to let your guard down just yet. So, you're the one I'm supposed to have fought. Come to think of it, I recognize you from somewhere. So you should consider you tried to kill me? Well, if Thancred's version of events is anything to go by, you weren't exactly holding back yourself.
Still, it seems I didn't give you much of a choice but to defend yourself, so let's call it even. Not that I have any recollection of it. It's like remembering fragments of a dream, only to realize those things actually happened. It's as though my whole life has been leading to this. Thou speakest as though thou didst expect these events. Oh God. Speaking Urianger. That's words. I guess you could say that. It's what the fairy tells me. I can't see it, but it's as though there's someone else inside me, and I can hear its voice in my head. It whispers to me and lets me use its power. Magic, I suppose you could call it. Not that I know much about that sort of thing. And this power alloweth thee to tear open the fabric betwixt realities, that thou mayest call forth the aether's starved denizens of what remaineth of the 13th? What? Was that supposed to mean something, or are you just spouting random words at me? This feels like a proper response to Urianger, I feel like. Called out, yep. Honestly, I don't know how you all put up with this. I've only just met him and his insufferable prattle is already giving me a headache. Isn't he great? He is the best. I love Urianger. Gods, I still can't believe I'm having this conversation. And to think that I was flying about in a suit of armor, waving a sword, that doesn't sound like me at all. Someone else inside you. Like Minfilia was inside me. Aye, the similarities cannot be ignored. Though it is too early to say with certainty, Gaia may well be the Oracle of Darkness. The Oracle of Darkness? What does this mean? It means that you may have been right when you said she has something in common with Emmet Selk. Those who have been used as living hosts by an Asian have no recollection of events that occurred during their possession. This I know from personal experience. But Gaia seems to have some memories still, even if they're a little hazy. Moreover, she has remained in control of herself, even when she heard the voice within, much like you and Minfilia. And though Reen was very much her own person, Minfilia's presence did exert a change upon her outward appearance, granting her hair and eyes a hue akin to that of our dear departed friend. It is therefore not unthinkable that Gaia's raven locks may be a manifestation of the darkness which hath come to reside within her. But I was born like this, and my parents, they both had black hair too. Or at least I think they did. It's been so long since I saw them, I can't remember too well. But enough about me. You're Minfilia, aren't you? The Oracle of Light, who they were hosting in Yulmore. That's right. Though imprisoning is a better word. They kept me locked away, and I didn't know much about Yulmore and its people, or the rest of the world for that matter. I see. And how exactly did the Oracle of Light come to run with the Warrior of Darkness? Well, it all started when
Yeah, that's a long story. Yes, I still remember the day everyone went raving mad and Lord Vothry fled. Everything after that is still a blur though. From what Gaia told me, she wasn't part of the mob that attacked us. But how was she able to resist Vothry's control? Mayhap 'twas the intervention of this fairy of whom she speaketh. As curious as that may be, we still don't know why she appeared out of nowhere as soon as Eden took flight. This is just a guess, but I'd say that the fairy reacted to it some way, and for whatever reason, made me go after it. Yes, that seems like the only explanation. I don't know about you lot, but I've had enough nattering. What is nattering? I'm going back to Eden. What? But why? The fairy wanted something from Eden, and knowing what that is will bring me a step closer to discovering exactly what has been living in my head all these years. Besides, my memories aren't going to restore themselves, and certainly not through idle chit-chat. So I'm going, and that's that. Gaia, wait! Insufferable. Utterly insufferable, and yet we can't, well, leave her to her own devices. Come on. Pointless chatter? That's what it sounded like. In the designated location. Got it. Get away from me. What did you find? Gaia. It seems I've no choice. Oh. What am I? Mostly lurking, just listening in while I work? Well, I'm happy to be your background radio. What are you all gawping at? I don't mean to stare, but it's not every day I see magic like that. So this is the power of the fairy you spoke of. Ever since I was a child, it has whispered to me, telling me what to do. That's how I came to use its power. But there are things I can't even explain. Holes ripped in thin air, terrifying creatures crawling out, ghastly looking blades and armor appearing out of nowhere. But worst of all is the dark energy that comes from inside. This power, it feels as though it's only flowing through me and never truly mine. And even when it answers my call, it always takes a few moments for the spells to work. So in summary, you don't have control over the magic. Well, it's not as if I ever tried to control it. I haven't made a habit of fighting with wild beasts. Unfortunately, it's part and parcel of traveling through Amareng. And while I understand that you want answers, you're not going to find them unprepared as you are. But if your heart is set on this, then we'll help you. Reen, think about what you're saying. You're seriously considering taking Gaia to see Eden? There's no telling what might happen if she loses control again, so the safest option is for her to stay away until our work is done. Somewhere we can keep an eye on her. You must realize it's for her own good. I must concur with Thancred's assessment. At present, we know precious little of Gaia's origin, and less still of her powers. And she is indeed the oracle of, if she is indeed the oracle of darkness, her presence may complicate a task already fraught with peril, placing our mission and her own well-being in jeopardy. In full knowledge of the risks, dost thou still wish to pursue this course? I do. It wasn't so long ago that I was living in isolation, being held against my will. Maybe the people keeping an eye on me thought that was for my own good too. But if we shut Gaia away from our own convenience, we're no better than Vothri and Ranjit. I've learned that when someone is in need, we must reach out a helping hand, not push them away. Now it's my turn, to do for Gaia what you've all done for me. Even knowing the danger that lies ahead, I won't choose the easy way out. This is the path I've chosen. Is that good enough for you? Well, can't say fairer than that. How about you, Urianger? The light of thy spirit doth burn bright. Mine apologies, my dear, but we felt it necessary to test thy resolve. Let it suffice it to say thou hast left no room for doubt. For what it's worth, Reen, I never doubted you. But make no mistake, the danger that Urianger and I spoke of is all too real. If you're prepared to go through with this, we'll be right there beside you. That means a lot to me, thank you. I couldn't care less who I travel with, but if we're going to go, then let's get going already. There's supposed to be some sort of craft waiting at the southern watchtower, yes? Come along then, and don't fall behind. Well, she's a personality. Hello. There. Okay. Hello. Right where I left you guys. Alright. It might be a bit of a tight squeeze with the 5 of us, but we'll manage. Perhaps Urianger can sit on top of our luggage. Oh, the music is back! So there it is.
Eden, where I'll find the answers I seek. The bringer of the flood, the first sin eater, would it lead me to my past or my future? Why is this like this? What awaited on the path ahead, I couldn't say, but I had no choice but to take the first step. Blood and thunder. Huh. Huh. Okay. Gaia is lost in thought as she gazes towards the silent giant on the horizon. I know what it's like. It was the same for me. But I was lucky because Thancred freed me from Yulmore and I had a chance to see the world. More importantly though, I met all kinds of people and they taught me not to live in another shadow, but to be myself. Maybe one day you'll have that chance too. Said your piece, have you? One day? What's that supposed to mean? I don't know how the Great Oracle of Light sees such things. But for someone like me, who's only known life in Yulmore, there was no tomorrow. There was no future. Only the here and now. And while we waste time on these meaningless conversations, I feel each moment of my life slipping away. Time, it won't wait. Not for me, not for anyone. I don't know how much longer I can hold on to who I am. I'm sorry, Gaia. Gaia? That's probably not even my real name. It isn't? When Thancred asked me my name, I couldn't remember. That's when the fairy whispered to me, Gaia. But if you grew up in Yulmore, surely someone there must know who you are. Everyone I once knew had either disappeared or had been turned into sin eaters. Those whose faces and names I still remember, that is. In the end, we found not a single person who so much as recognized me. As far as I can recall, I've never been the most sociable person, but still. Well, even if it's not your real name, I think Gaia sounds lovely. If you're happy with it, then that's what I'll call you. And if you're willing, instead of the Oracle of Light, please call me Reen. It's not the name I was born with, that's long forgotten now, but the one the people whom I consider family gave to me. Is that so? Well, as much as I'd love to keep up this chatting, there's something that's bothering me. I thought the fairy would have reacted to Eden in some way, but so far, nothing whatsoever. From what I gather, it wasn't until Eden started moving that I appeared out of the blue. Perhaps if you were to actually try flying it somewhere, the fairy might break its silence. If you've got elements to restore, or whatever it was, why don't you hurry up and get it over with? Now, once your ladyship, you need to learn some manners. She's so full of angst. Oh no. And you need to stop wasting my time. Well, let's get going then. Alright everyone, I think we've talked for long enough. If you're ready, let's make our way to Eden. Okay. The music is back! Following the initial changes wrought by the release of water and earth, the empty have displayed no further signs of alteration. Stability, some may call this, and be satisfied, but in truth it is passivity. A passivity stemming from light's ever-pervasive presence. If we are to break the status quo, we must needs employ a catalyst, a third element that shall arouse and stabilize those unleashed energies in activity. Therefore, I propose lightning. Ramuh? So the primal would be Ramuh, yes? From what I've heard, he's a guardian of the forest and not particularly keen on conflict. But you've actually fought him, haven't you? He's half man, half beard. And another half beard for good measure. I spent most of the time chasing after orbs with varying degrees of success. Oh my god, I want to answer both. Can I answer both, please? Beards are important. That is what we have learned. I love the dialogue options here so much. I don't know which one I want to say because I want to say them both. Half man, half beard, another half beard. I spent most of the time chasing after orbs. I wonder if the sylphs had anything to do with that. I hear they can be quite mischievous, much like the pixies of Ilmag. I'm glad to see our lessons have paid off. Well, it's like you say, if we want to call forth an accurate representation of the primal, I should picture it in my mind as clearly as possible. At the very least, it's worth a try, but the rest is up to Gap. In order for this to work, we need to actually fly somewhere, yes? So rather than sitting in one spot while you exchange anecdotes, why don't you get this blasted thing moving first? One must admit, the suggestion is not without merit. Reen, might I suggest the Gandalf Thunder Plains as our next location? Thunder Plains? These plains, it is writ, were perpetually blanketed in storm clouds, the only source of illumination the ceaseless barrage of lighting. The ambient ether that lingereth there shall provide ideal conditions for the summoning. We're going to FF10 land? Then that's where we're heading. Come on, Eden, we've got a job to do. This should be as good a spot as any. Alright, Kat, whenever you're ready. Memories of Ramuh flash through your mind. Fulmination. Now I'm gonna have that bio break that I meant to have like an hour ago. I'll be right back. Hello, thank you for waiting. Oh. Time for my favorite fight theme? Really? Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. Yes, we are ready. A little bit nervous, maybe. Oh, Thunder Plains. It really is Thunder Plains.
There's no turning back. Get ready.
Wow, it actually is Thunder Plains. Ramu, where did your beard go? Damn, he had a shave. Ramu and Ixia in one. I know! That's so cool. Alright. Start? We've already started. Ah, I see. Those need to be collected. Okay. Hey, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. That is very kind of you. Thank you. Enjoy the Moogles. Whoosh. Okay. Huh. I assumed as much. Oh! So close. Should have used a sprint there. Thought I would have the time, but no. Oh shit. Oh my god. He went crazy. Oh shit, I didn't see that. My bad. I know what killed me. I didn't look at that. Perfect timing though. I have taken thy measure, bringer of light. Oof. Wiping me off? Thank you. Alright. Setting up again. How do we do this? Maybe like this? It's actually the Thunder Plains? Like you've got that even there? That's so cool. Still no music roll of the Eden fights here in stream? Aww, that sucks. Damn, that weapon is cool. That is very, very pretty. I love the color. Very cool. Oh, that's the Reaper relic? One of the faves of the new patch. That looks pretty. Nice. I haven't seen what they look like. Like all those, like obviously that now I've seen, but oh. Oh god. Oh, you guys. New tier 2 Reaper relic dyed black. That is so pretty that it's making me kind of want to level up Reaper. I have unlocked it, but I have not touched it. That is so cool looking. So pretty. Reaper is fun. I've never tried Reaper. I've just unlocked it. Ooh, that's pretty too. I love the, like, ah, they've got such bright colors. Everything's so pretty. You get the spooky slice? What is that? Eden is one of a handful of raids where almost all the armor drops are gorgeous. Really? Alright. Have we experienced Hildy? Don't forget it's a prerequisite now. I've done all the Hildy I can up to this point. Cat loves Hildy. Yeah, I love Hildy. It's best content. I've done everything I can up to this point. Obviously, I cannot do the Endwalker ones until I finish Endwalker MSQ. I thought I was prepared to expect anything, but I didn't expect Ramu to turn out quite like that. Appearance aside, he was quite aggressive as well. The sylph's belief in him as a kindly guardian clearly makes a difference to his temperament. Anyway, I'm just glad it's over. Let's get back to the camp and see if anything's changed. Sure. The music is back. The crystal's different color, but apart from that, it all looks the same. It may look the same, but it feels different. The air has grown slightly more humid, as it does before rain. I have to say I'm not exactly prepared for wet weather. If Eden can control elements and so on, can't you tell it to send those clouds somewhere else? Speaking of which, I'm not very impressed with its so-called powers. If changing yellow crystals to purple is the extent of its abilities, it's no surprise the fairy didn't bother showing up. I hope that whatever is next is more worthwhile. Rather than influencing the ground beneath our feet, Eden hath brought change to the firmament above. And yet, 'tis clear that a more dynamic element is required for the natural cycle of precipitation and evaporation to be complete. So we need movement. Would wind do the trick? It's Garuda time! Most certainly. It seems we have a plan. Let's not dwell too much on the effects of each individual element and instead focus on seeing them all restored. The power of an oracle, not to be sniffed at, it seems. All my life, you were a constant companion, your voice ever seeping into my mind. Why then, of all times, did you abandon me? Deaf even to the crashing of thunder, or were you simply biding your time? Into the firestorm. Oriange's knitted brow almost certainly spells trouble, namely for you. Of course. Ere we set out once more, might I ask if thou art familiar with the process by which rain is made to fall? It's an elegant conspiracy. I suppose so. Then thou shan't have difficulty understanding the explanation to come. With the restoration of our first element, the empty was once more blessed with the most essential ingredient in the cycle of precipitation: water. Under normal circumstances, the heat existent in the atmosphere would cause the water to evaporate from the land's surface. As invisible vapor, it is borne by the wind high onto the firmament, where it doth condense as clouds before descending once more, returning to the land in form of rain. It seems we need wind-aspected ether to create more clouds. That it hasn't rained yet must mean there aren't enough. And even before that, we need fire-aspected ether to make the water evaporate. Ifrit and Garuda. It seems to me that one's not much good without the other. Why don't you just draw out both elements together? No. You're suggesting that Kat fight two Deiforms entities, each one as deadly as Ramuh at the same time? Do you realize how absurd that is? And yet, there's a notion that doth warrant further consideration. Oh, you can't be serious. Cast your minds, if you will, to the elemental wheel I did show to you in the bookman's shelves. What could go wrong, exactly? Ooh, that's pretty. Wind giveth rise to lightning, whose spark doth produce fire. By restoring both wind and fire in tandem, we may maintain balance between these dynamic elemental forces. The ensuing battle shall indubitably present an ordeal unlike any Kat had ever faced. I believe, however, that this path doth lead to the prize we seek. Oh, so perhaps it's not so absurd after all, then. Tancred? I wouldn't dream of questioning Urianger's grasp of the science behind it. My concern is for the burden this would place not only on Kat, but Reen as well. What do you both make of the plan? If Urianger thinks it'll work, I'm willing to give it a try. Oh, goody. As long as you know what you're letting yourself into, you're going to need all your strength. So see that you get plenty of rest. Is it Ifruda or Griffith? Griffith. I don't know. Griffith sounds better. Gaia. Surprise, now we fight two at the same time. Oh my god. That's scary. It seems Reen is reluctant to air her concerns. Were you to rally her spirits, she may become more willing to talk. Rally. Yes, you're right. There's no use in trying to pilot Eden while I've got other things on my mind. It's about Gaia, you see. The truth is that apart from Alize and Alfino, I hardly know anyone my own age. I thought that I should make an effort to be nice to Gaia, but well, you've seen how she is around me. I understand that she's got her own problems to deal with, but I thought that maybe I could help her in some way. It's not my place to intrude, and I should probably just leave her be until we've finished restoring the elements. After all, that's more important, isn't it? Let me talk to Gaia while you concentrate on the task at hand. Is what I would have said once upon a time. It seems to me that you're the one best qualified to take care of this little problem. I know she can be a bit prickly, to put it mildly, but if anyone can get through to her, it's you. Although we've only known her for a short while, we're all she's got, and I think she realizes that. Just let her know she's not alone, and she'll come around eventually. Alright, I'll give it a try. Do you have any advice? Tancred certainly has the gift of the gab. He'll know what to say. Urianger can talk the hind legs of a behemoth. Why not ask him? Always Oriange. Reed and Gaia best friends is cute. Aww. Yeah. Though I am proficient in many tongues, such as Fae, I cannot claim to be as well versed in the parlance of the younger generation. Their predilections and inclinations are a mystery I have yet to unravel. I don't know much about it either, but I believe I have a plan. Before she even woke up, I've been asking Lena about what's popular in the Crystarium. I thought it might be nice to show Gaia around the place one day, you see. So that's what you were doing. I suppose it makes for a nice change of pace from all that studying. And I must commend thee on thy choice of confidant. The captain's powers of observation maketh her a veritable font of wisdom concerning the behavior of the Crystarium citizenry. Yes, and now it's time to put that knowledge to good use. Don't let the fear of rejection hold you back. Persistence is the key. Speaking from experience by any chance? Whatever do you mean? Lessons learned from days spent in pursuit of ladies fair, one might suspect. Oh. You couldn't help yourself, could you? It's alright, Thancred. Your secret's safe with me. Thancred's answer if you picked him. I'm afraid that since arriving in the first, I've had little time to mingle with any of the locals, and I haven't a clue what young women like Gaia would be interested in. Aww. Is Thancred a little bit rusty? Putting Oriange far in the back of the scene so he's visible in the same frame as Reed is pretty funny. There's such a height difference. True. May I remind you that the reason we're here is to create a better future for everyone in the first, which includes you and Gaia. While it might not be on the same scale as bringing life back to the empty, if you're able to befriend her, that will be another way of contributing to a brighter tomorrow. Thancred is no longer in his prime. Aww. Is he getting old? Not a boy anymore. So go on, she's waiting for you. Alright, wish me luck. Thancred is more than prime enough for a chunk of the community. Oh, I see. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. Reed is ready to approach the decidedly unapproachable Gaia. You had best observe the conversation from within earshot. Oh? If the Crystarium women don't want him. See this, it was just so there we go. Bright. I'm doing squats. I'm doing squats. I am doing squats. Why am I doing squats? Am I cold? What do you want?
Oh, nothing really. It can wait until later.
For all we know, there might not even be a later. If you got something to say, hurry up and spit it out.
Is everything alright? Not feeling strange from being around Eden or anything?
Is that what you came here to talk about?
Actually, I wanted to ask you. Would you like to go and have coffee biscuits with me?
Not coffee, but coffee biscuits.
Just noticed this salt snow has gotten sandy in the area around the camp.
Yeah, that happened after Titan.
Cute.
Blue is very excited. What? My powers of observation are not the greatest.
Coffee biscuits! They serve them at the second serving in the Crystarium. Everyone's talking about them, so I thought that maybe once we've finished our work here, you and I could go there together.
Let me get this straight. You came to talk to me about biscuits?
Yes!
They're light and crispy, and when you dip them in the coffee, they go all nice and squidgy. I love coffee, I love biscuits, but do not dip those biscuits in the coffee. Nothing is worse than a watery biscuit. The only reason you're even interested in that in the first place is because everyone else is doing it. Can't you think for yourself? I do what I want when I want. After all, the world could end at any moment.
That's not going to happen. Not if I've got anything to do with it.
Listen, Gaia, I understand what you're going through. Believe me, I do. But you mustn't lose hope. A new day will come, then another and another. Life's not so bad if you give it a chance. You'll see. Shut up. You think you know me? Even I don't know who I am. Until I find the truth, I'll never be free.
Then we'll find it together. I've seen enough pain, enough loss, and I don't want to see any more. And that includes you, Gaia.
Why do you care so much about other people? What have they ever done for you? I'm sure you haven't forgotten how we Yulmorans treated you, the precious Oracle of Light, like a bird in a cage. And yet you act as if none of that ever happened. So forgiving, so selfless. You and your family brought back the night sky, and you finally had the chance to lead a normal life. But instead, you're flying around in a giant Sin Eater, trying to turn a barren wasteland into some sort of paradise. And for what? I may not remember much of my past, but I'm fairly certain I've never heard of anything so ridiculous. Out of morbid curiosity, I'll see it through to the end. But if you think that makes us friends, you are very much mistaken.
Gaia.
Well, isn't she nice? I surmise that to keep Gaia waiting over long would only agitate her further. Well, that went well, right? I'm sorry, Reen, I can't go grab coffee with you. My schedule is absolutely full of being melodramatic and edgy even if the situation doesn't call for it. Yeah. To defeat the deiform manifestations of both wind and fire shall require every last mode of thy strength. That thou hast triumphed over such beings in previous encounters should be at the forefront of thy mind as we commence the summoning. Where are we going this time, Oriange? I liked coffee before it was cool, Gaia. But hasn't coffee always been cool? You're supposed to like coffee before it's cool. It's a hot drink. Not the way I drink it. I make my coffee just before stream. I have few sips of it while it's still hot, and the rest of it I'm drinking cold. The place called Ashfall doth satisfy our requirements, I believe. The fables speak of travelers sweltering beneath the blazing heat of the midday sun, while after nightfall, slicing winds did tear at their cloaks. I see. Hopefully it won't be quite that bad when I draw out the elements. Reem, my dear, may I remind thee that to focus is not the same as to deny other thoughts. Whatsoever it is that troubleth thee, thou wouldst be better for acknowledging it. Yes, you're right, of course. It's Gaia that I'm worried about. May one suggest cold brew then in the future? That would make sense. That is well. May thy concern for her lend thee yet more strength. So we're gonna do the double thingy. It's time. I'll begin drawing out wind and fire in equal measure. Cat will only get one chance at this, so let's make it count. Memories of Garuda and Ifrit rage through your mind. Rage through. Furor. Furor. Oh, right, I should probably read about this. According to Oriange, the elements of fire and wind must be restored simultaneously to successfully complete the cycle of rainfall and evaporation. Unfortunately for you, this equates to facing the combined might of a pair of raging primals. Images of the ferocious Ifrit and the maniacal Garuda are made flesh. You steel yourself for battle. My god, I'm nervous. Cold brew and hot coffee, you allowed to cool off and taste different though? Like, obviously I prefer to drink my coffee hot. But just because of streaming, I've gotten used to drinking at least half of my coffee cold. And I've gotten used to the taste. I like it. Usually when I drink my coffee not on stream, it never has a chance to get cold. But during stream it's different. Alright, are we ready to go or are we still waiting for someone? I'm only asking because if we are waiting for something, I'm gonna grab a banana. But if we are ready to go, then let's go. There we go. Now I'm scared. It worked! Both wind and fire have answered the call.
Fire have answered the call.
It's voiced.
Green, are you alright?
Ifrit has changed. Garuda, not so much. I mean, obviously, yes, but not as much as Ifrit. Dragoon, you have my dance partner. Okay. Garuda has smaller boobs. That's what you pay attention to. Okay. Of course. Could use for the shield, I'd say. Why is it doing this thingy? Oh, okay. The battlefield is kind of cool looking. Like the edges, you can see all those like lines or something. Did I touch the edge? Sorry, I will focus. I was looking at the outer, like, because it's pretty there. Hi. Okay. I will look at the pretty things later. Well, I did not get enough time to get out of that one. Oh yes, Eden Primals, where they actually start to make fun. Yes, and doing them for the first time, like doing them blind and on minimum item level is that's a fun experience. And that was not me being sarcastic, that I'm serious, it is a fun experience. Fireballs. Uh-huh. Oh. Okay. Then how? Why did only I die? He hates me. Alright. Oh, shit. I always think I have more time than I actually do. See, now this is even cooler looking. Wait, is there a safe space there? I'm just popping that right up there because I have no idea what's happening. Where's the flame? Ooh. Oh god. Oh, I hit the edge. Damn it. Well, at least now I can look at the pretty stuffs. What are you supposed to do before the Inferno Howl? Yeesh. Oh shit. Again, this is gonna kill me if I don't know how do I... Okay, now it didn't kill me. Okay. Whoosh! Ouchie. Shit. This is going so bad. Well, we are still alive. Knock on wood. Oh, that's gonna kill a lot of... Yeah. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Whoosh. It's kind of hot in here. That's brutal. Inferno howl. Full health. 4%. Ooh. Hello. Easy. First try. Oh my god, I love doing this on minimum item all. Me too. It creates a lot of absurd situations and I love it. Easy peasy, right? Whoosh. All right. Can they please figure out a need all button? Here? With the pretty sunlight. Oh my god. We're gonna have so many pictures later on Discord. Because we have a master picture taker here. Oh my god. Oh, blue. Of course. Okay. That works. Need a drink after that. Cleo and I got yeeted because we failed to put up our medication. Aww. Oh. Oh my gosh, that was a journey. Oh. One dead. Oh. Alright. I think we are free to go. That was incredible! It really was. I never imagined they would fuse together like that, but you took them down all the same. I suppose the main thing is that we're now 2 elements closer to restoring the ether of the empty. Let's go and see what difference it's made. Sure. Oh, the music is back. Oh, it's very colorful now. We're just changing the color of this one thingy here. It actually worked, just like Urianger said it would. Everything we could have hoped for. Indeed, our endeavors have been repaid manyfold. I wonder what will happen when we restore ice. Shiva? Shiva? Is something the matter? One more element, and then what? You'll have achieved the impossible, while I'll still be nothing. No memory, no past, no family, nothing. The world has moved on and left me behind. Anyone who ever knew me is either dead or gone. So, Almighty Eden, you can mend this broken world, but you can't restore one girl's memories? Give me my life back, damn you. I still hunger. Oh. Extinguish the accursed light, awaken our true power. Enough riddles, tell me who I am. You are. I am. Gaia. Gaia. Gaia, what's wrong? Reclaim your memories. Fulfill your destiny. I don't understand. Gaia, can you hear me? Get away from me. Amidst the sound of falling rain, your voice called from within. Long after the rain passed, your voice echoed on. 5 hours right now. Do we want to call it here or do we want to continue? This is usually where I would call a stream. I would love to continue, but I need to get to bed. Oh, yes, you do. Because of, oh, yes, because time. It's an hour later for you already. Okay, let's continue this later. So, Amarang. The inner journey's head and then the empty. Okay, just making sure I find my way back here. Alright, so let's call it here then. And then we will continue next time. One thing though, have you seen the crap guide to melee DPS, Kat? Yes, I have. I know you've seen at least some of them. I've seen quite a few of them. I have seen the melee DPS, yes. That was back when I still was a melee DPS. That was back when I was a dragoon. That's where Spooky Slice is from? Wait, I have a vague memory, yeah. But I didn't quite understand what it meant, because obviously I haven't done Reaper. It's the song he does at the end of the video. Oh yeah, I remember the song. Alright, let me get myself to New Gredonia. So, there's a full version of the song now? Oh god. So, next stream on Wednesday, and Wednesday is MSQ day, so we're gonna continue MSQ. We're gonna start pre-Endwalker stuff, which is exciting. There we go. Oh, I'm getting hungry and tired myself too, so good place to call it. Wait, how many did we do? Did we do 5 or 6? Wait, I can see it from here. We did 6, so did we do half today? Alright, we should be able to do the rest of these on a Monday. And on Wednesday, I'm gonna do MSQ. I might have the Friday extra stream this week again. I might. I'm not sure yet. I'm gonna decide that closer when we get there. But at least today and Wednesday. Thank you for stream. Yes, thank you everyone for coming here today and playing with me and hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys had fun. I sure did. Next stream will be on Wednesday, same place, same time. And we'll do MSQ. We'll start 5.4, which I'm really excited about. We're gonna start the journey towards Endwalker, which sounds crazy. I am so close. Oh my god. I am so close to losing my Sprout. Like, I think that if I end up having an extra stream this week, I might lose my Sprout this week. And that scares me so much. But anyways. Have an amazing rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are in the world. And if you're not on Discord yet, on our Discord, let me put these here. grab a link there, join us on Discord, hang out with us. We're there every day, and I will see you on Wednesday. Okay? Bye!